Everything's on, I think. Happy Friday, everybody. Hello, hello. I was running late. Late for my own party. I was getting my coffee. How are you guys? How is everybody? We were chatting it up early. Good evening. I didn't see everybody, but I did say hi to those that were there earlier in the early on in the chat. It doesn't all show up here. But I know that Stephanie is here. Mimi, hello, hello. I know Joan is here somewhere, and Leanie, Arity, hello. Leanie's here, yes. There's Joan. Who else was there earlier? There was a couple other people. Hi, Ellen. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yes, Gracie's here. Hello, Gracie. Good to see you. Kathy R. Good evening. Yes, it is. It is starting. It is starting. Yeah, I did a little trailer. Did you guys like the trailer? It was our mascot. Thank you. Hi, Lorna. How are you this evening? Good to see you. I know Friday the 13th. I had no idea it was Friday the 13th until earlier tonight. And I was filling out some paperwork which had the date on it. And I was like, it's Friday the 13th today. Cue the crimey music. Yes, fun with stitchy friends. That's it. Warm, you gonna do frozen pizza tonight? That sounds good. That sounds good. Hi, Pam. Pam got some new hooks. She got some new hooks. Oh, you want to start it all. Start all the things. Well, you know what? You've come to the right place, Stephanie. Because you know what we're going to say? Do it. Start everything. It's okay. We all do. Oh, it surprised you. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Hello, there's shoot. Andy, right? Is it Andy? Did I get that right? How are you tonight? Yay, Pam. Oh, member for 10 months. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. You are not alone. Superstitious. The only thing that we were superstitious about in my family was no hats on the bed. I grew up, my family was no hats on the bed. Just do it. See? See? Just do it. Man, I hope my chat works all night. It did not work on the whole time the last stream. Late to the party, but joining in. You doing the Tunisian crochet blanket? Oh, is it one of Michael's or a different one? Good evening, Patty. I want to do the his mama's shawl. I want to do that, and I'm thinking that I might do it with that yarn that I got from Michael's. Y'all know the one? How are you, Patty? Did I say hi to Gracie? Gracie, I'm saying hi to you. And to Adele if she's listening. Ellen is going to listen and watch while hooking. She's going to hook and watch. It's the old hook and watch. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It's right over here. His newest one is called Ruby's Dream. It's a shawl. Y'all know I like my shawls. And I got this loops and threads with the sparkle in it. I don't know if y'all can see the sparkle. It's the Facets yarn. 279 yards. I have 5 of these. I have 5 of them. Hi, Terry. So I think this would be pretty for that Ruby's Dream. It would show the stitches really well. I know that that one is a lace one. She's stabbing. She's not hooking, she's stabbing. Ah. She says she got to finish. Yeah. This color is called what? What's this color called? They put it in a weird friggin' spot. Ocean Jasper. Okay, 2, 3, 8, 12. Okay, I got the blanket. I got the blanket right here. Show y'all the blanket. I'll show you the blanket. I am in a weird mood today. Got a hankering. Y'all, Patty, join in. We got a hankering every day. It's every day. You want to do it too? Hi, Laura. Good evening. Good evening. Bottom ribbon. Oh, Hexy, if you're on the bottom ribbon, you're doing good. You're on the home stretch. You are on the home stretch. It really does. Yeah, the unforgettable, it really does. She's doing a chevron simple stitch. And hi, Terry. I think I said hi, but I wanted to make sure I did. Wanted to make sure. Okay, what do y'all think of the Karen Reed trial? You know, I know what Cindy thinks. I know what Cindy thinks. Here's what I want to know. They are now, they have rested, and now they are going to go to verdict watch on Monday. So I'm guessing the judge let them go home today, and they'll go back to watching for a verdict on Monday. So I don't know. Does anyone here know how long they deliberated? I'm ornery like that. Just ornery like that. Okay, I have done nothing on this blanket. So I am going to move into doing some half doubles on this. Okay. Oh, Lordy, where am I at? What the heck? It's stuck. I know, that's what she said. It's stuck. But why? Oh, it's got a tail in there. Oh, geez Louise. Okay, here. All right. Okay, Pam thinks she's guilty. I know Cindy. I know what Cindy thinks. Cindy, you don't even have to tell me. I know what you think. Yes, they will deliberate until they have an answer, but they run their own rules. If they don't want to work all night, they don't have to. They run their own rules. Mimi said they deliberated for an hour and 45 minutes today. Okay. I cut this so that I can pull on it because now I got a dang old knot. Look at that. So here was what I wanted to know. Would you guys like to watch the closing arguments? Or do you care? If you want, we can play the closing arguments. All right. Hi, Michael. Are you done over there? Oh my gosh. Y'all were having too much fun. Beating up on Panda and his nuggets. The Book of Floozies? What are you talking about? I'll drop pics of our crimey whips in the Book of Faces Floozie group. Oh, Book of Faces. Oh, the Book of Faces. Got it. Oh, your legs were hurting. Okay. What is the digital witness? Hi, Roseanne. Come on in. I don't know. I was trying to figure out what that meant. You've already seen it, but you could watch with everyone. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm trying to interpret. Am I interpreting correctly? Michael, what do you think of this yarn? Michael, what do you think of this yarn for the Ruby's Dream? It's a 4. Will it work? Oh, okay. Hi, Connie. Thank you. Connie became a member. Oh, thank you, Connie. Thank you so very much. So very glad to have you. That's very nice of you. Just wondering if this will work for Ruby's Dream. I'm thinking it would show the stitches really pretty. I have 5 of these. There's 279 yards each. How many do you think I'd need? I'll have plenty, right? Oh, Connie, thank you so much. Hey, Lori. Just hanging out, she says. Just hanging out. Okay. Awesome. Well, I thought I would. Hi, Lori. There's Lori. There's that Colorado Lori. Both Loris came in at the same time. Okay. Well, that's what I think I'm going to do. Of course, I'm going to have to go up. Definitely going to have to go up on the hook. But I got that hook set that you showed because I have FOMO. The metal hook set from Amazon. Because I have FOMO. Hey, Jolene. Okay, good deal. 1950. of a two-way. So I should have enough with the 5 that I have. Good deal. It's just such a pretty colorway. Want to use it on something pretty. Jolene, Jolene, Jolene. Hey, there's Tina. How you doing? How's it going? Y'all, it was 103 today. 103. Please. Spring's over. Spring is over. At least in Texas it is. Spring is over in Texas. Gonna lurk and work. She gonna lurk and work. Okay. So, if you are someone who believes that Karen Reed is innocent, let me just say this. If you watched the defense closing arguments today, he was very convincing. Oops, those are doubles. I'm trying to do half doubles. You're welcome, Jolene. Yeah, 103. Was chilly there? Oh. Dad and I went to Walmart today, and so tomorrow will be Oklahoma. We going to get cigarettes tomorrow. And then we're going to go have Chinese food. There you go. Take some time to do a little bit of this and that. Oh, Chelsea went to Hobby Lobby tonight. She had some time to herself, and she found some red stickers, but it was all bulky. Have you guys noticed that it's all bulky this time around on Hobby Lobby? But he was dramatic. Do you guys want to listen to just a little bit of it? I need some hands if y'all want to listen. There's no way. I don't know the case well enough. Hey, Mandy Moo, I'll take your high. That is for sure, Kathy. I would take that. Even if we cooled off to that. I don't know what we're cooling down to. Hang on. Let me see. I'll show y'all. Show y'all what it's going to be. It's 89 right now. Happy Friday the 13th. I didn't even know when I looked at my phone and it said the 13th. I didn't even notice it was the 13th. I mean, how did I not notice? Everything was picked over and it was just the bulky stuff. Yep. Okay, here's our weather. This is this week's weather. So 94, 98, 97, 100, 104, 99, 99, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 105 on the 26th. I won't be here. 75 at night. crazy. Maybe they were all just gone everywhere we've looked. You got air quality? Air quality alerts. Leanie says 81. Michael says 89. It got up to 94. And that's really hot if there's no wind, even with hot wind. Did you do the sale? Today, Happy Planner has extensions, and I thought about getting the extensions. Mimi says it's 98. 89 feels like 96 where she's at. She's even more south than me. No, she's north of me. It's only going to get worse. But, y'all, first time in my life, what did Lori say? Yeah, I thought they were really good. I thought the closings were really good. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh. It's a bittersweet day for you then, Connie. Oh. I'll take that. Yep. Steam bath. Yep. Go in that direction for sure. And Mimi, I'm going that direction on Friday the 19th. That's the day. Friday the 19th. Need a summer house in Canada. You just go visit Mikey. Chicago. Aw. Hi, Margaret. Good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. Hello. And there's Annie. Hi, Annie. She was doing things. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Wow, y'all are chatting it up tonight. Everybody just wanted to talk, huh? Okay. Oh, whew, I'm caught up. Is it tomorrow? It's always very close to my birthday. I'll have to take a picture. Dad and I will be at I'll take it with me, and I can do that at the Chinese place or in the casino. So Dad and I go to get his cigarettes, and then we go to the casino, and then we go eat. And last time he usually goes to Cracker Barrel. That's right. We're going to go to Cracker Barrel and get hugs. I meet everybody at Cracker Barrel. There's one where you are too. That's my meeting place. It's Cracker or Starbucks. Oh, is this the move-in day? That is so cool. Oh, yes, Worldwide Knit in Public Day. Yes, that's the one. Okay. Yes, we're going to watch the closings. We're going to do it. Plus, we have hold on. Wait. Guess what? We have to open. We got to open the books too. Series 2 has started. Series 2 has started. Series 2. Oh, I'm all mirrored again on this one. Why is this one mirrored? Hold on. Let's go up here. Silly thing. There we go. So yeah, we got to open those too. Nope. He says nope. Not today. Um, well, that's just not right. That's not right, Mandy Moo. Who wants a machine shed? She shed, not a machine shed. Okay, let me find. Let me find the feed. Goodness gracious, they've changed the way that it interacts with the mouse. Driving me nuts. All right, now let's go to, give me a moment to get everything set up, you guys. I will get there. Law and Order. We're going to do Law and Order. Is that right? It's law. It's not Law and Order. It's Law and Crime. Law and Order. Showing my age, aren't I? Showing my age. Oh, good grief. I'm over Padiddly. I'm way over Padiddly. I'm Padiddly'd out. We're not doing Padiddly. Oh, it's not showing. Okay, I'll search it. It's not going to show it to me like I want it to show it to me. I am. I'm Padiddly'd out. Are y'all Padiddly'd? Hi, Sherry. Good to see you. Oh, it was on the other channel. All right. I got him all set up. Got subtitles. Now we got to put it on my phone so y'all can hear it. Got it. Y'all ready? Here we go.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. We take a minute to start off with thanking you.
There we go. Can y'all hear it okay?
I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to
Amen,
listen,
sister.
but
Amen.
to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do.
Sorry, y'all can't see it, can you? Y'all got to tell me. You probably are. I think I'm over there. I'm here, there, and everywhere. There we go. There we go. We got it now.
Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom,
Whoops. That's my medicine. Can y'all hear me now? Let's make sure we're back before. What? Y'all said you lost the sound? I don't like his facial hair either. Am I back? Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. But you couldn't hear him? That's weird. Why would you? Okay. Okay, the video sound was gone. Let's try again. Okay, here we go.
but you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Can go back to my crochet.
To a moral certainty. That means At the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true,
Hi, Samantha.
your vote is not guilty.
These are wise words to hear anyway.
Because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all.
I got to go get my medicines, you guys. Be right back.
That. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there. They were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canada. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him.
We're talking about the
Recall that
judge.
ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
Oh, I'll have to check that out, Lori. They were wrestling. They look like they're wrestling. They look like they were play wrestling to me.
sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he...
I do want to remind everybody to remember that we have people who feel both ways in my chats, and that's okay. You can either be for or you can be against. Even if you were against, if you thought that Lori Vallow was innocent, which I would say, spend 10 minutes with me. We'll go through the rest of it and you won't. But there are a lot of people on this case who felt like Karen Read is innocent, and there's a lot of people who feel like she is guilty. I will tell you, though, listening today, and I haven't heard the whole thing, and I have not heard the prosecution. That's why I want to watch, because I haven't heard the prosecution. But if I listen only to this, I would think she was innocent. Just keep that in mind. It all depends on your perspective, and we have to keep in mind that the jury got to see everything. So there's that, and they get all of that to go back with. You know what I'm saying? They get all of that. They get to go back with it to look at everything. So keep all of that in mind. It's be nice to each other is what I'm saying, because some people feel one way and it's okay. I want everybody to have their say. It's okay. Come on in and tell us what you think. It's okay. No big deal. Okay.
Sees John kiss Karen on the forehead after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see.
Yeah, they get the whole picture, which we really don't. Even watching it.
Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only.
I also meant to say what I'm doing here, you guys, is when I'm doing these half double crochets, I'm going into each of sides of the V. So I started with a chain 2, and then I did a half double crochet in the next, this double crochet here, and then I came over and I'm doing half double crochet in each of the sides of the V all the way across for the blanket. Just wanted to make that clear to everybody of what I'm doing with the blanket.
John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside.
Exactly, Sherry.
But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Oh, that's awesome. Finishes make you feel so good.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? Three question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house? Or that basement?
Oh, I'm
that
sorry,
garage?
Annie.
What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You come in here. Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen,
Hey,
very
Granny.
oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left
I
alone
hope
in the
you
car,
are
out in the
okay.
cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding.
Hello,
But Karen did not
Shad.
know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known.
Good night,
She didn't know what
Joan.
was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house.
Yes, it's been bad.
Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property.
Hi,
Never
Bree.
came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here?
Hey, Sue.
In order for there to be a
Hey,
collision,
Joe.
there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire.
Now, see, that was kind of one of those things I was like, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense to me that he got hit with a fist and it opened up his eye. He fell backward onto the concrete in the garage. And the dog attacked his arm. I kind of feel like that's what happened. That makes a lot of sense to me when I hear him say that. Okay? Now, like I said, I haven't watched this whole thing and I have not listened to the prosecution. But listening to what he said, that makes a lot of sense to me. And also, if she had backed into him, there would be an impact somewhere on his body from the car itself. And from what I saw, didn't see that evidence that really showed that. No dog DNA. Well, and then there was the fact he's going to talk about it too. But anyway, like I said, if I only watched this.
Case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scribella, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage,
Sherry.
torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scribello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body.
Huh.
The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scribello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this.
So I think it is possible that they broke it, which is what the cover-up could have been. I think that if something did happen to him, I'm just giving y'all a what if, okay? Here's a what if. What if all of this happened the way we just said? They don't want that on their conscience. They don't want their asses to get in trouble. So that was part of the cover-up, was to hit the tail light, to break the tail light. They inferred that they broke the tail light when they examined the car, and they used those pieces off of the car. That's what they're saying happened. Well, a lot of people are saying that if she did back into his car, she would have hit it on the bumper. If she hit his car, that's what your bumper is for. I don't know. But if she did hit his car, that's where the pieces would be, not where his body was also. So You can see why there's a lot of confusion about this case. Let me just say it that way, right?
This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no
It's
mistake,
very compelling.
Dr. Shorty-Bellet was
Very,
presented
very
with the
compelling.
Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that?
Hey, Suzanne.
That silent witness. Science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent.
Now, they fucked up
They
a
looked
lot
at
of
the
that.
damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin.
I think that
Both
is true.
PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer limbs. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. Arca testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone.
They were hit by a hammer.
Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight?
They did do that.
Completely illuminated.
All those are true statements.
Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right. It's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rentschler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight.
I can't talk about that. I didn't
the sleeve
see
of
that.
John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm, I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight.
In case y'all are wondering,
simply because it didn't.
Defense gets to go first in Massachusetts.
Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher didn't claim that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert.
Oh, that's amazing, Connie.
Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks. A cardinal sin. It's called confirmation.
By the way, I did 5 rows of the V-stitch. And then I did 1 row of the half double crochets. What should we do next? Should I keep going with the half double crochets with this yarn and just use it up? And what stitch do you guys want after? I think this one is called, this is that Hirschner's, it's a discontinued. It's called Northland, Apache Light by Northland. And I'm holding it double, inside outside. Oh, she found it. A Canton cover-up. This is Canton, Massachusetts, right? 1995, Chris Albert and Beck Canone's brother in a hit-and-run driving accident. Beverly Canone's brother was Chris Albert's attorney when he killed a man in a 95 crash. Worked with Jill Daniels' father at Quincy Courthouse. Yes, congratulations, Connie. Oh, congratulations, Jolene. Oh, that's so awesome for you guys. You think it's unfair? Yeah, but the defense goes first in here. So just saying. Y'all be telling me some stitches if you want. You want to tell me what stitches we're going to do after I do these half doubles, okay? Throw some stitches in here. Let me know what you want to do. Oops.
Bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge problem with it. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38.
Pebble.
Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it, after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated the case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question.
To say what?
That was a shame.
Why are we going after him?
Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claimed he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. Remember that question and answer in cross-examination by Mr. Leslie. Do you have doubts? I do.
I don't know whose chat that is.
They are.
That you're talking about.
And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop.
This is another thing that kind of got to me. I like hearing this stuff about the phones because they're not always 100% correct. I get that. But it's fascinating though. It's fascinating that the phones are winning cases. You know what I'm saying? It's that part is fascinating to me. It's not the people, it's not the eyewitness. phones. Phones are really, oh, Annie Elise. Oh, okay. I don't watch her. I've not watched her. I mean, I've watched her a few times, but it's not something I do regularly. So he didn't really have all the credentials that he said he did. Interesting. You know, if you remember, was it the staircase murder? Michael, what's his name? Remember, wasn't somebody removed after an expert removed after? I can't remember which trial that was. One of the ones that you guys and I covered that we talked about. And they removed that expert. The Watch for Health. Okay, so is that the health app, the fitness app? Is that the one you're talking about? Are you talking about the fitness app? Okay, here we go. Where am I at? 124. Okay, we're good. Man, I'm keeping it steady.
From 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview honest, and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5.
See, that's what gets me. Hey, Joe. Come on in. Yeah, you could talk. Were you having trouble? Good to see you. Was it? Yeah, I know. That's the other thing about a phone. How do you know it was you on the phone? You don't. Unless you watch that person do it, you don't know. Isn't that fascinating that these phones are winning? How do you know? It's like it's almost like an inferred thing in some cases. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here, Joe. I don't know why it wasn't letting you. See, that's another thing that gets me is that he didn't see anybody. So that's kind of another one of those things, right? So how did he not, if he was struck, when they say he was struck, why did he not see him? So see, if you, like I said, if you only watch this, now we got a long way to go on this, you guys. You want to keep watching? I'm going to keep going for a little bit more. Oh.
Hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. Laposada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Ace Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth Laposada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. what can make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What can make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you
Well,
that
I'm
the
so
pattern
glad
injury on the back of
you're
John's
part
head could
of the
only be produced by
happy
hitting a
family
hard,
here.
ridged or ledged surface like a concrete stair or step. Once you just through that garage door, Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, because you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them.
It's the Karen
These are
Reed
dog
trial.
bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8
I
weeks
know,
and counting,
Lori.
not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony.
Cindy.
He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rinsler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortivello, not Dr. Hazel Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Those wounds on his right arm from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is a central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully.
Joe thinks she's a slacker.
And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape.
They handled
No
that
preservation
scene
of
like
evidence,
shit.
no crime scene law, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher. It was really cold and windy. and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are
Hey,
consistent with a
Jennifer.
fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold. Not dressed for outside, dressed for inside. And one shoe hole. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen, in a house, 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not
if nothing
know
else.
it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed in the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course, this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop, too. End quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text.
Goodbye, Andy. Thank you.
Now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're
That's true. He did do that.
209, in case you wonder. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation. Quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously. Get this done. His friend then asks.
The judge gave him the weekend off.
Thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since
I think it's their choice.
Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah. To the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass, bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Zero chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation. Nothing. Save talked to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting in his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her.
Oh, the judge chose the foreman?
Or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this?
We were talking about that earlier, Annie. What is that? what is that? He could have like one of those hats and a corncob pipe and all that stuff, right? Yeah, yeah. These were cops talking to each other. Now, I know, I know they talk to each other. If we knew how a lot of the guys talk to each other, we wouldn't like it. It's just that thing they got going on. I get that. However, this was an investigation. So that's a little odd for me. Really? That's a little odd to me. A bowler hat? Is that what they're called? Yeah. That's it, that yeah, that's really nasty stuff to be talking about when you're doing an investigation, in my opinion. But I mean, to talking to each other, yeah. And I mean, Boston, Massachusetts, New York, Queens, Long Island. There's a lot of that kind of talk going on. I can tell you, they, and the way that Karen acts is she's kind of got that, to me, a very she's a very confident person. That's for sure. Very confident person. Pretty strong character.
This investigation and with your verdict and with Karen Reed's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case?
That was odd.
Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer.
Yes, they
he
did.
wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias. Bias in this case. Fired.
That's why he couldn't talk.
This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards.
Oh.
Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gets his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession.
He's good. He's good, though. Don't you think?
On some microscopic pieces or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the way her personality is.
Every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end. For months unaccounted for.
That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
Before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. So look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until
Joe
March
says
to
not
put
guilty.
those in evidence?
We got her,
Now
y'all.
let's talk about
She's
some
in
of the
here
other
with us,
problems with the Commonwealth's evidence.
giving her
As I
opinions.
indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a
She's
single
in the game.
piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence?
It is
The
Kitra.
DNA. Where is it? They got nothing. Not a single piece, if the Commonwealth wants you to believe, cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog.
He's so funny.
Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer, smooth part of the housing. Not any shard, it was the outer, smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men. Two
It's
other
true.
unidentified males.
I did know about that.
That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. The SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on.
Yep.
That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sally Port. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard.
That's interesting.
The only thing that hair proves is that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, quiet, reserved.
We haven't watched the
criminalist who told you
prosecution yet.
something the Commonwealth
This is the defense.
likely did not want revealed because it's
I could too.
devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper?
Sprinkled. It was sprinkled.
Proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper. The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night. Brian Lockwood, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Went outside, went sitting down, went laying down. There's only one place he could be. We can all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night.
That's what I think, Jolene.
She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house?
I think she was drunk.
That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever. Not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledge or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times.
That's
She's
weird.
been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage? I was asking her about the front door.
Why
the
would there
side
be a
door,
plow?
and the garage door? And her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Reed. Reasonable doubt abounds.
They call that a
If the
reactive
Commonwealth fails to
dog.
investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was
What'd you say,
sparring and
Sharon?
fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning?
These drunk people were awake at 5?
Took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's pattern injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her.
Well, that's interesting. The next day? She was gone the next day? I didn't know that.
Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was timestamped by Celebrite.
I'm thinking they went and got that stuff from the
read,
neighbors.
costs long to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia,
I know, Kathy.
why
I mean,
would you
Kitra.
Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation.
Okay, you guys, I gotta go rehydrate. I'll be right back.
That Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. It tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure the witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabe's. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling them everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video, it's not on audio, it's not in a single police report, it's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video, multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered, he's bleeding, his eyelid is cut, his nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying, both women are giving CPR, there's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer.
Sharon.
No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house.
Yeah.
And Jennifer McCabe doesn't
That
take
does say a lot,
a
really.
step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured, or God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. And not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? Just give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question.
That's
Were those
true.
texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts established a motive for Brian Higgins.
He was definitely hitting on her.
Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important?
Yeah, but they were all cops,
needed to go
Lori.
to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way. Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with
We'll
Brian
stand
Allen.
with it.
He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when, and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags
That was
between
weird.
cars.
What was he
And of course,
doing?
that late night mysterious
I
phone
did
call
see
on
some
his
of
cell
that.
phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth was supposed to be after the truth.
Did my chat just stop moving? Hold on. When I did this the other day, it went back to moving again. My chat was not moving. There we go. No? Okay. There was no super chat. That was just my way to make sure the chat was moving. Okay, still moving. Y'all are still talking. Okay, good deal. Because it completely quit on me the other day. Oh, you're talking about why didn't she call? Because they were all cops and because he was a cop. I think that had a lot to do with why some things just didn't happen. For one thing, why some things just did not happen. But it was still handled very badly. So during the first trial, but that doesn't help us here. See, that's not going to, I don't think that came in. Yeah, it's true. Yes, they have. Okay, it's still moving. Okay, going back.
didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time.
Yes, it is.
Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case.
That's true.
But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moment that Higgins would be at that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dayton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? We don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it.
Yeah,
Look
but
at the contact.
it was still
That's from the Commonwealth's expert.
it was still lit.
And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption. A front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel weird. She recalled that how long
Who was she again?
Higgins spent, a wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details
What I got left?
to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer. She couldn't have been
Where'd my light
specific.
go?
But then she's put on a witness list, and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod. We support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember.
She
claimed not to
okay,
remember
Laura.
if you instructed her to do the right thing.
Good night. Sleep
but the commissioner
well.
of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's what she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test.
Yeah.
When the truth was revealed by Dr. Renshaw, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything.
That's a little wonky.
That's convenient now that we realize it was a manipulated test and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested.
These poor people are all so tired. Can you tell?
Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear tail light? If he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory. The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how
I don't know, Sharon.
By the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics, has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision.
Well, the science, the evidence speaks for itself most of the time.
He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors.
Oh, because they were taking samples?
Sitting right there in the room at the time. It had to be the defense to correct that record.
Is he saying they were taking samples of the sweatshirt?
If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, it speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation.
We're getting to the end of this one.
They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts, and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards, are looking at piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Reed. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it.
Good night, Leedy. Thank you for sticking with us.
About how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job. Their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist.
Good night, Lori. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with truthful representation. They failed to prove the
I'm hoping to be
their
here.
Case that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it.
Oh, no, you're
That is
doing
the
so
literal
good. Don't get
definition
mad.
of reasonable doubt.
Don't do
How
that.
can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically,
All
when
right,
there are
settle
dozens
down.
and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty,
We don't need that.
Your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed. Not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't
It's a speech made for movies.
Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that has broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on her. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is, there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your voice.
That's true.
That justice cannot be bent, and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Hold on now. Hold on. Now we got to find the closing arguments for. Hold on. There we go. I'm learning these buttons. Whew. He is an excellent orator. You are quite right. Well, there's going to be a made-for-TV movie, I'm sure, and that he gave them all the fodder that they needed for it, didn't he? All right, now I'm going to go see. Ooh, Nate is on. Let me go back. That was the defense. Okay, here's the full closing. It's about as long, you guys. But should we open a couple of these balls first? Should we open the balls first? Good night, Connie. Thank you for hanging with me. I'm going to open these balls first. Okay. I've been holding on to these, you guys. I've had them for over a week. I'm going to move this blanket. This is series number 2. If you are unfamiliar with these are the mini brands by Zuru, and it's the books editions, okay? And it's series 2. I gave up on series 1. I still had 2 more books to get, but I decided not to buy any more of them. So they come in these things. I don't keep them. I will keep this because it says this one's cute. It looks like a journal. This is the collector's guide. 40 plus to collect. So you guys, I learned what it means when you collect the bookmarks and everything. So that all counts towards the numbers. I know I almost did. I almost stabbed myself. Here's all the books. We've got some more Colleen Hoover. What does this mean? This symbol right here. I don't know what that symbol means. These are common. Huh. See that symbol right there is, oh, that's a luxury. So this one here means luxury, the little bird. And then there's also one with a lion. Okay, we're learning all kinds of new stuff with this one. New way of doing stuff. You found some on the clearance at Michael's? Oh, dang it, girl. Okay. There is no, you guys, there's no bookcase. There's no bookcase in here. What is up with that? Where's my bookcase? It's a good thing I have extras. So it should be new to me. It is Frankenstein. This is Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. And it's the whole book. All the pages are there. Cool. All right, what else was in there? Is that it? Nope, there's a bookmark. The Secret Garden bookmark. Okay. Good night, Terry. Have a great evening. I don't know how they do it. Charlotte Bronte, Jane Eyre, and no bookmark. Now see, the first ones all had a magnifying glass. They all had a bookmark. They all had a bookshelf. If I'd have known, I'd have kept all of those. I threw some of those out. Some of those bookshelves. So that kind of sucks, doesn't it? They're getting skimpy. No bookmark. Forever in Blue by Anne Braggers. The fourth summer of the sisterhood. The fourth summer of the sisterhood. Jane Eyre. Okay. I've never read it. I've never read that one. Oh, I don't think I got it. Okay. We've got something on how to put something together. Going to be putting something together. There's one piece, two pieces, three pieces. Looks like a light. Yeah. It's a little light. Is it the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants? I hadn't read that one either. I would say yes, Cindy. Same price. About this, they were like $8 and something. They're a little bit more actually, because they were like $8 and something. Okay, so this one is a lamp. This is one. Oh no, you get one of each. Okay. This goes here. Okay, that's weird. Okay, it goes like this. Okay, I see. All right, it goes like that. That one goes in there. And this one goes in this hole. That's what she said. I had to. Okay. But that does not seem right. Yeah, that does not look right. Because you got to put the light in here. Ooh, I got it. The light goes on the end of that. This is hard to grab. Okay, got it. That's right now. That one's going in there. And this one's going in here. I got it, y'all. Here's my little light. Okay. We did that. Whew. I wonder if there'll be anything different to put together in the other ones. And if anybody's wondering why I'm doing this, it's because this is also our night that we do book club. What books are you guys reading? There's something big in there. Save it for last. Ooh. You have a lamp desk like that? Aw. Oh, we've already got a double. I got another Jane Eyre. So we got a dupe. We already got a dupe. Annie's reading smut. Oh, the J.D. Robb series, In Death. Ooh, I bet that's good. I got a new bookmark. The War of the Worlds bookmark. And Never Never by Colleen Hoover. And another name on here too. Is she writing with someone? Taryn Fisher. Colleen Hoover and Taryn Fisher. Ooh, I could read the whole book. I don't have that one. in my Audible. Oh, oh, that's not right. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is series 1, you guys. Why did they put it in here with the series 2? That's a series 1 book. That's chicken shit. I don't like that they did that. Okay, I got, oh, it's a kitten. Got a sweet little cat. Yeah, it's Dextra. I know it. Well, okay, so we got extra of this one and extra of this. Were these in the same one? No, this one is the second one. And this one was the extra piece in the first one. Yeah, and I got 6 books. Reading the Sexton Brothers complete series, A Dragon Shifter. You like the dragon stuff? Ooh, got my stuff on my cup heater over there. I got to be careful. I don't know if I'm going to like this. Did a reprint of the doll books and changed the words? Oh, I don't know. I didn't know about that. I'll have to read some more in the booklet and see if they say anything about some of this stuff. Because, $8 a piece is a lot for these, I think. It's a new one. New bookmark. Sherlock Holmes bookmark. And a book. The House on the Cliff. It's a Hardy Boys. Oh, Lord, they could go a long way with the Hardy Boys and the book 2. Look at that. How many pages is that? Let's see if I can see how many pages that is. Yo, that looks like gibberish. I don't think it's the full book. Nope, I don't think it's the full book. Well, that sucks too. They're cutting corners. Well, you wouldn't know if you didn't know me and be here for it. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And that one is by, anybody know? Oh, that's awesome. I love that idea. I love that. This must be our extra here. That is wonderful. I've been trying to decide what to do for my dad for Father's Day. Oh, it's another Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre. I got 3 of them now. Oh, it's a bookshelf. And it's a different color this time. Looks like the same bookshelf though. Yep. Same bookshelf, different color. It's been your topic. Oh. Okay, Mimi, love ya. Absolutely. Those are great. It's like me going with my dad on that trip. It was good memories for us. Let's see. Okay. This goes here. I'm showing y'all how to put this together. Here's your sides, and it has a slot down here. And this has a place to go there. So that goes in. And then same thing with this one. The slot goes right there. Maybe they actually thought this through and said they don't need that many bookcases. Maybe we should put some other stuff in there. You think that was the case? That is not fitting. Oh, got it. It wouldn't go in that one. That's what he said. Okay, this is the back. I think. Yep. Let's see, there's holes right there. I should have put this in already. Dang it. I hadn't put one together in a couple of months. I got it. I got it. This is the top. There we go. Now these are the feet. This one fit together nicely. They're actually making these. Where's the shelf? I thought there was a shelf in the other ones. Let me take a picture and show you what I did with the other ones. Hold on. No, there's not. There's no shelf in it. I was wrong. There isn't. Here's where I did with the other ones. And I had to put a screw. I had to screw them to the wall, to the wall, to the wall. Yeah. Yeah. Because it wouldn't stick with double stick tape. How's that song go? Chelsea would tell me how that song goes. She would tell me. Okay. So what I did on the other ones is I put a screw through the back of it and screwed it into the wall. So I opened 3. And I got 3 bookmarks and 3 extras, the cat, the lamp, and the bookcase. So each one gets an extra and a bookmark. And I got 3 books in each one. Take care, Lori. Good night. Yeah. All right. Now I'll have to mark my book too. The cat will probably go. These guys will probably go in there on those bookshelves. All right. How do we do the pebble stitch? Pam picked pebble stitch for the next stitch for the blanket. Anybody know how to do the pebble stitch? No, it wasn't Pink Floyd, but that Pink Floyd does have the wall. There is a wall with Pink Floyd. A little more modern song, something about to the wall. Anyway, I'm not a singer. We all know this about me. Good night, Annie. Okay, do y'all want to watch the prosecution? Somehow I don't think he's going to be nearly as funny. I also have we won't do that now. We'll wait on that one. I'm going to wait on that. Oh. Kitra says yes. Yeah. See, I haven't watched it yet either, Kitra. If you're okay with that. Good night, Annie. Good night to all of those that are leaving me. Yes, they are naughty. They are naughty. She knows that song. Okay, hold on. Let me bring in my screen. And then I have to get there we go. And then I have to pull it up on my phone. Good night, Sherry. She doesn't want to hear that part. Good night. So glad to see you tonight. So glad you were here, and all of you who are here. Very glad to see you. Okay, I got it. I have the closing argument of the prosecution. This is the Commonwealth's case. Oh, so you haven't seen all of it. Okay, well, let's just keep working then. I am going to try to look up the pebble stitch too, though. So if I'm not seeing the chat, it's because I'm looking for the pebble stitch. Hold on, let me do that real quick because I don't know where. Okay, it's not going to go. Ah, there we go. Okay, y'all ready? Hi, Patty. Gonna crochet and look. You forgot to do what? No. Oh, that sucks, Cindy. Well, hang with us and you can do it while we watch. Like I said, he's not going to be near as good as the other guy. But let's see. He's going to have to do something because he's got to prove this case, right? All right, here we go.
He's 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard
Hi, Gracie.
about this man, he was a good man.
That's true too.
People. With his niece and nephew, had nobody, he took them in. He took them in.
Yeah, he was raising his niece and nephew, you guys.
John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29, 2022,
awesome.
John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself.
I thought she did call 911.
She drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through in detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence. as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall.
They were all
Her
drinking.
blood was taken with samples of retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse,
Oh, was it 6 a.m.?
characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data.
I got to
is
get a
data.
snack. Be right back.
The black box, the forensics from the SD card. We know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair, and then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. We heard all about it when the back of his head hits the ground and the brain comes forward.
These are really good, by the way.
Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking,
Hi again,
in
Rosie.
some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door.
They did fight a lot.
The last word. Never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You believe if you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so
What do you mean we saw them?
That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So he drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the next drinks. More shots into the next drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Can we have slide one, please?
Oh, he's got slides.
John O'Keefe comment. There's him barely greeting them. That's it. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory move. Celebratory move. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe.
No, I don't think
In the
so.
celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood.
Yeah, just a
Now, the
different
government doesn't
take
have
on
to
it,
prove
right?
that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her
Yeah.
ability to
Sad.
operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know
Sad,
she's
sad.
far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, Trump said that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol takes probably about 5 or 6 or 4. There's drinks that they don't really have on our list, just where there's some alcohol. What's the biggest fun time? She's just like all soda water with blue wine.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I would have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 and it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you see how the videos. And I was going, right I think during the center, at least for extra slopes. I know my alerts aren't sure as they should be. But I should be driving.
She said she shouldn't have been
She
driving.
drank when she got home.
I don't think I've ever seen those. Where was this an interview she did with somebody? Does anybody know? Did she do an interview with 48 Hours or Dateline or one of those? I don't know where they're getting the video. And I also wanted to say, I know that we have people who are watching and lurking. I see you and I thank you for being here too. I appreciate you very much. She did 2 different interviews. Okay. I never saw them. I'll have to go back and watch those. I think it's always interesting to see the defendant talk, just like with Lori, we got to hear more of Lori during her last trial than any of them, these last 2 trials. Nobody else has heard them either. Cindy, did you watch them? Have you watched her interviews? And what did you think of them? Woohoo! I got all my activity, my stand goal. All I've been moving today. Awesome. I have been moving.
When they leave the waterfall bar at 12:12, you see a video you haven't evidenced. It's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass.
This is what Mimi was talking about.
Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went. Exactly.
But that's true. He picked and choose what he wanted to put.
Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box. Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher. Judd Welcher took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movement in the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says. Don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found a recent one, and it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it's
Okay, I screwed up somewhere. Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to get caught up here with where I was. I know there was a lot of argument over the timestamps. Okay, now we're really close.
beginning. It is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias. It doesn't suffer from prejudice. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on ways. High location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. He has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data simply shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical.
Okay, got it.
It shows his movement. It shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's
also what Mimi was saying, the healthcare data.
There's no other contrary evidence.
See, she's not here to say, yeah, I said that.
On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Then slide 4, please.
Very close to the outbursts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outbursts when I was driving, she said, "Is the Ashley and John had gone up there and dating?"
And so they travel to 34th Fairview under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication. We have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whifford showed you a guide. And it shows you with the healthcare data.
Okay.
It shows this place climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data from red to green, down to the stomach. And then the bottom left, that's 34th Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is. That it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess, and because of Doug Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, there's an acceleration.
You can
past
do it,
30%.
Cindy.
It registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. It's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights.
Yes, there has.
Just says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there. They're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34th Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop when John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Miss Mason and Miss Nagel said they were up there about 5 minutes, and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can make up that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Miss Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car. We know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, on the other side, the dome light is on.
Now, from what I understand, she didn't go in because she wasn't sure she was invited. Isn't that what was said during court? Was that she was not sure she was invited to go in, is why she didn't go with him.
And then you see the data John O'Keefe begins to move. 12/31/56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because the waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, we can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he's always near the flagpole. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole, but that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line.
It's true.
Walks over to the door. In fact,
We don't know.
The door in 75 feet. Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stops at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves.
Ooh.
And healthcare data.
And drinking doesn't help that.
It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it.
Okay. So what I don't understand, they were talking about the 70-something steps. So what is he trying to say? Is he trying to say that he did not walk all the way to the house? He just sort of walked around paced because he was looking at his phone and stuff? I mean, is that his argument? Am I understanding that correctly? Because that's confusing. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand from what before when they were talking about the it's two different views. It's two different views about the steps.
And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassionate, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home.
Okay, so you guys are saying John's phone said stairs were climbed. And she would not have picked up his phone, right? Because she didn't pick up his phone because she left. His phone had to have stayed there. They didn't prove it that she took his phone with her. And if stairs were climbed with his phone, that's not going to happen if she hit him and he's just laying there. Yeah, there's no proof that she hit him. That's what that feels like, isn't it? His approach to this feels more like what I normally see with a defense, and that is throw it all on the wall and see what sticks. That's what this feels like. The other guy had his shit together. The other guy, he had his shit together. Just saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, and his phone was found under him. So that's what I'm saying. That just doesn't. That's not capiche. That. What he's saying and what the evidence said doesn't seem like that adds up to me. Some parts of this doesn't add up. Some parts of it you could kind of see. You kind of string that together. But his argument is feeling very discombobulated, kind of like the whole thing went. You know what I'm saying? It's Whitney Bulger's defense attorney. That's interesting.
She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. But like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word, she doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she's
that's what I mean about the phones.
After banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that.
Yeah,
but
that's kind of what
a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder.
That says a lot, Sharon.
It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that. We're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case, the second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes,
so what's the difference?
Create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death. Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse,
it does feel very
and
random.
that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about it.
Okay, so he's trying to say, We aren't saying she tried to kill him. We didn't say she do it. All we're saying is she reversed that car and she hit him. That's it. That's all we have to prove. Well, all we have to prove is that she reversed the car, and that is kind of the counterproductive, the counter to the defense. What the defense says, there was no. What did he say? There was no crash. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. There you go. He is he is acting more like a defense for the cops than trying to prove a case. I get more of that vibe, Granny. I get more of that vibe. I sure do. Yeah. McCabe didn't see him. Higgins didn't see him. Plow didn't see him. No collision. Yeah. Anyway, I knew this was going to be hard to watch after watching the other guy.
Oh, thanks. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, so is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see.
That's that case that they just had the other day.
And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car, and then somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car,
That was
and it
it.
then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car. They intend to kill that person? No, they're trying to have a thrill throwing it off. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol.
Exactly, because the first part of this started all different.
Stop her license, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter, is different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she
that's why they're trying to prove that.
Lexus,
that's another one of her charges. Okay.
In a way that would very likely result in serious injury. When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment, at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless, and any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result.
So they just want to get her for something.
Intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene knowingly, causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34th Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you.
Well, I don't know the science on that, Arity.
It's a 216-pound man that's not going to show a blip. It could have
I
been
was
in that
always
10-second
told
window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after.
1 per hour.
It's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is the same window.
The science.
That 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever the sorter wants, he stops moving. Tom, he stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody.
Now, okay, but do you guys really believe that she backed up? Did they really prove that she backed up? Later that morning when she was examined. Yeah, I think it's like I was always told it was one drink per hour, and then it takes another, like if you drank 3 within an hour, it'll be 3 hours before those are all gone. Right? "25 miles per hour in reverse is nuts." Yeah, that's pretty fast. Most of us are creepers. Maybe if you pass out, run into a building forward, maybe. But yeah, I don't see going 25 in reverse. I think it's just what he's saying. I think these numbers are kind of wobbly. I don't think either side really were able to pin down these numbers. That's what I saw. So she backed up to make a turn. Okay. She did say she did that. So she didn't go forward. She backed up to turn. Never made it go that fast. Okay. Did that come out of her mouth, Arity, that she backed up to pull out? But if she backed up to pull out, she would be turning. She wouldn't go back into him. So y'all, you're not really sure? Yeah, some school zones are 25. Yep. It's just, if I were on this jury, now I have not seen all the evidence. I just wouldn't be getting it. I wouldn't be getting it. It took the first jury, also, if I didn't say this, from the very beginning of this that this is the second trial. The first one was a mistrial. For those of you that did not know that, the first trial ended in a mistrial because the jury wanted to mark something. They actually wanted to mark something. And that's what makes me think that he is talking the way he's talking right now. Well, we could get her on this, we could get her on this, we could get her on this. You got all these choices. You can mark something because the first jury thought that they would mark something. They would have been able to come to agreement to mark something. Negligence, I think, is what they were hinting at. It coasts at 20. So if you punched it, you could go a little faster. Yeah, the turning thing is what gets me too. And injuries do not indicate a car hit. Yeah. That's what I was getting from the evidence too, is that they're not showing a hit in any one way, right? Manny Moo. That's funny. I like that. I like that. That's funny. Okay, what's he saying?
To come back that hard, that fast.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. He's drinking the Kool-Aid, y'all.
We feel.
We lost sound again. Okay, hold on. I know. I don't know what happened to that. That the crime one disappeared. So I don't know what happened. I went in there the other day and it was gone, and I didn't do it. I did not move it. Can you hear me? It's really weird how the sound goes out like that. Just like with some other people who are using Restream, that their video moves. Arbs don't break polycarbonate without fracturing bones. You would think not. Okay, y'all hear me. All right, let's see if we can hear this now.
And you've seen videos, you can't replicate the exact. where the person was hit. The person was going, but you know. You know, because you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different.
Can we hear him now?
She leaves her tail light behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know, she's still angry. You know, she's still angry because she starts leaving her voicemails. Slide 7, please. Okay, time is 12:31. 6, 12:32, 4, 12:32, 12. It's the event which is adjusted and reconciled. 12:32, 9. It's when so he closes the phone and will be again at page text. 12:32, 16 is its last steps.
Okay. There's the math, you guys.
It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We have slide 10, please.
That was his math. That guy's got some chin. You notice that? He got some chin. I've been told I got a Jay Leno chin myself.
You can't place that car where it was in front of here. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car.
That guy's got chin.
Now, as John Keith sadly laid on the ground, abandoned, you're going to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, seeing knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond reasonable doubt that she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. That eyewitness is Carrie herself. She tells you that she knew. We have slide 8, please.
Oh, I hit him. Did I hit him?
How did that?
I don't know how to happen. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on stereo. And it looked like he somehow tried to flag me down because the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe turn or ran over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him.
Yeah, that doesn't look good for her, though. That does not look good for her, you guys.
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. She knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home,
I don't know how the jury will feel about that.
Debris field all over the front lawn. But she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McKay, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12,
Yeah,
please.
but those calls to me say more that she thought he went inside and then gave up on her.
Play voice no one, please. The calls keep coming. Cell phone capture 7.
She was pissed. That honestly, these don't prove that much to me. Except she wasn't there.
With his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body,
That's true, Granny.
the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees, 12:45. It's plummeting. Ian Wiccan's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer. Not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. He's in a fight. His cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone was found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because his phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again.
Right, Granny.
Voice note number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm the only fucking kid. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59.
Yeah, these don't prove anything to me, these phone
Has
calls.
been on that line for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are.
You have a point?
She knows. Nobody does know where he is.
Oh,
Except her. Except her.
not very
Why
good.
is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him, and now he's not responding, and she's getting nervous, and she's getting anxious, and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point.
That's a
Panic.
difference in interpretation
Denial,
for
it's
sure.
setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little
Right.
1 o'clock.
Right,
She could be sitting,
Cindy.
She could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while.
Too wishy-washy.
But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins. Has his number. Has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, a young girl at the time, and she says she's panicked. She can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from
Because that's what happened.
panic to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? I saw you in front of the house.
Oh, the waterfall was the bar?
Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls
Wait, so Jen saw them in front of the house?
But now she has
She
to
knew
pick.
they were there?
Because someone has seen her at the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or
Hold on.
somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snow.
Jen is saying she saw them in front of the house. What the fuck? Jen ain't right. Something ain't right with Jen. Hmm. That's an eyewitness.
Storm, you can't see, but someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left at the waterfall. She pivots. She calls, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have
Did she
the
say that?
introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe.
Oh.
And when she calls them and tells them that
Okay.
she wants them to come out, this soccer mom, who's a perfectly normal life, gets drawn into this whole farce.
So not a reliable
and she
witness.
answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator.
Yeah, very unreliable witness.
John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you can see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing. No taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight is already.
Yeah, I could tell that,
because
Cindy.
Look at the video. Not one little piece, it's still framed. Little angle with the light, the brakes are. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing. Because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing.
Oh, you gotta change the angles. Just change the angles. It'll all line up if you just change the angles.
She gets to Jen McCabe's about 5:35. 28 minutes.
He doesn't even know the
10-minute
evidence.
ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down. Can't understand her. Going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out, had a drink, and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close,
You'll find that spot in your notes here in a minute.
they can see And they said, what? Let me out, let me out. She doesn't want to see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find him because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving agents in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on a prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard. Did you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush. And that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Carrie, and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I had not for a second time to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening in this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian with him. Data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd. Hasn't moved. They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that.
Who said
Piece of
that?
glass,
Karen?
pulls out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House.
Well, it's probably bodily fluid.
The glass, well, you will hear it in the clips. If we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her body.
Yeah.
He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to get the glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on the
That was probably just bodily
The glass
fluid
comes with
built
him,
up.
lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McKay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell-read record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence. It was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McKay, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McKay see their best friend prone, lifeless,
More
frozen
emotion.
on the ground, and they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time has anybody said, what time did he leave?
This
I
is
thought he went in there. Not even
this
a
is very
whisper.
look over
It
here and not
never,
over here.
Ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have
I wonder if I don't think he
slide
understands,
14,
does he?
please?
I don't think he understands that when he does that, Here they see their friend. Yada, yada, yada. But there's no thing that says that he went in the house. Okay, look here, but don't look here. That's exactly what that says to me. Okay. The call is recorded on Karen's phone, and she said words. Yeah, I did hear bits of that. Yeah, the voicemail. Yes, that's where it was. Oh, and they dated. Well, they in high school. You know, there could be something. It couldn't be something. But yeah, it's interesting. She probably boohooed some. And it would be hard to see a body. I'm sorry. It's not an easy thing to see. It will fuck you up. For sure. That's for sure. Wow. You guys, we're going to get through this. We've got like 30 minutes left. If y'all want to hang with me, we'll finish it. We're getting there. But it's painful to listen to him. He does not talk like a prosecutor. He just doesn't.
You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Oh, no, that's not 20 feet. That is a cliff. They stumbled and fall. Remember when Donkey fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Hampton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street.
There was snow, yes.
The matching piece of glass. The glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture of leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back is his head. You play the clip on the left, please. 59.
So when John got out of the car at Grandmother's house, he took the full.
Oh. Why did it stop? The glass on Karen's bumper didn't match the glass that he had with him. Right. But how did that glass and straw get out there? You know, one of the questions is, if all that happened inside and they drug him back out and threw him out on the street and made it all up, I don't know. Did he drop the glass and the straw before he went inside? That glass and straw is trouble. That's trouble for the defense, I think. I don't know what the jury's going to think about that. I know he brought it from the bar. But why did it not go in the house? Why is it found out there? Yeah, it does. Definitely does. Oh, that's troublesome. Yeah, that's why this is so convoluted, right? Okay. That is my bedtime reminder. It the sound and stuff got messed up here.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like a perch, on his nose, like just wedged, like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics. Getting to work 2 hours early below the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our communities. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder.
Again,
This is
look here and don't look at the fact
Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert.
that the other guy
She
didn't come out.
at a party and set up a murder and came back. And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with this, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. What did I hit him? Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So what I said was, did I don't say I didn't, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is pleading and said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story.
Yeah, that wasn't helpful.
Herself. She endorses those good people exactly what
that wasn't helpful. That didn't help us to figure that out.
It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her in the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day.
Well, we should listen to her.
See her best friend
Move
dead.
on for that one.
What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, the firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the
That could go
defendant
either way.
from incriminating
She
herself.
could be covering up.
The irony.
Oh,
We have slide 9, please. This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12, 22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12, 37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:43, 61, and you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under John O'Keefe either struggled with life or was fast, and blood still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until
that could be in the garage too, y'all.
it drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery.
It might not be as very warm in the garage.
You've seen it. Still photos. Carrie Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is fast, but the warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone get inspired to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that's under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So,
See, it's down to the phone again.
through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in. What's happening in that time? It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her and never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for a friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that's being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom.
But she's not very reliable.
It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. But she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you
The dog could have knocked him over there.
You can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolfram Harker knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. as they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 227. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 227, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Albert. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this.
Yeah, he's misrepresenting that. I think he's
That's a tough word.
misrepresenting that.
Trying to evoke that primal reaction disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand there and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't give a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper Lieutenant was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances.
Look the other
to the
way.
President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not, it doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog, it doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair.
That is gaslighting. Don't look at there. Don't look. 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 You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know the evidence.
One that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments.
Now, I must say this though.
Not that there's any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that.
We can't not believe what he's saying because we don't like him. If we were on a jury, we would have to be very careful with saying, well, what is he trying to tell me? I don't like that guy, but I have to listen to what he's trying to tell me because this is important, you know. It'd be difficult though, because I wouldn't go anywhere with this guy. This guy gives me weird vibes. I don't like him. This would be really hard to listen to if I were on this jury. Prosecution, reconstruction. Yeah. Which is what they did after the last trial. But this jury didn't hear that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Proctor was fired. That should give this jury, even bringing all of that up, should give this jury some doubt. They should say, okay, this is weird. This is really weird because that guy was fired for what he did. What are we supposed to think of that? We didn't hear him. We keep hearing about him. And supposedly this was his investigation. What do we do with that? Yeah, the stuff he's telling us not to look at. Which I hope they do. Which I really hope they do. Okay, what's he saying?
Because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't use that evidence to you.
Well, we didn't need it
Now,
anyway.
there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Mechanic, Mr. Proctor, did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it. The dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted.
Just,
At this point,
I guess we
Proctor
can't
still
dislike him
has
if we don't really know him, right?
Has been near the car. And then the Dighton videos themselves, when you close, you take it in an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please?
Isn't that wild?
507. You can play the end if you want. If you look at this angle, it's gone. You don't plant, it's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the refill. January 29th, 22, 823. Look at the right hand side. Look at the left hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing with these videos, different angles.
Well, the angle is different.
Let's go up and down and slow it down. You'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have the Dighton officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw on the solid board, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case. A lot of people watching.
That's interesting.
Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have gotten by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I showed him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? It's, of course, before the snow melts out on the solid board so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad board. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip, and you'll have it, where the defendant says, I was picking up pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it.
Okay, but
Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves.
where was that
Video
picture
when she
taken?
Gets back. And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here. Her profile, but she can't explain methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth.
Oh, he's going to beat up on the dog
And
expert.
then it's, I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures, and she's sure.
I'm
An
having
expert, so
trouble
you should rely on
too,
her
Stephanie.
because
We are
she's
so
coming in
close to the end
saying
of
she's an
this
expert
thing.
and she's being presented.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much for staying.
After saying there's no punctures,
I hope you have a great
Dr.
weekend.
Lapasana comes in.
We
She
got
sees
10
punctures
minutes
everywhere.
left.
It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just takes you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they went to Dr. Scotty Bella, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes.
In the arm.
Clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body.
Okay, now wait a minute.
She
Wait.
didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common.
He says there were shards in the arm. Did they pull shards out of the arm? I don't think I can play his stuff. I will get in trouble. I feel like I would get in trouble for that, Cindy. But he's talking about shards in the arm. Were there shards in the arm? Did anybody see that evidence in the trial? Well, he said that. He just said that. No. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so there were near microscopic pieces scraped off the sweatshirt. Y'all think he was drugged through that? Or just, did they redress him? See, that's another thing. The sweatshirt, if he was wearing the sweatshirt, was it pulled up? Yeah, those punctures that happen because they were taking samples. But that's a misrepresentation of the evidence saying there were shards in the arm if there were no shards in the arm. And that can make the jury not believe him. Yeah, but not shards. He's saying there were shards.
In car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now. Argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries. The suggestion is A car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car
but that could have
accident
come from
doesn't mean
anywhere.
there's no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand. And before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, trying to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all. And because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Retrial came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust to that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell and her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question,
So this is more
Make sure you ask the
gaslighting
question.
activity. Like
And keep the
this
progress.
behavior is
Slow
just
down
so
the question.
unnerving.
interfere. Sequestration orders is so this fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renfrew, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he gives his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's an independent objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just ask him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. There was no more. But what they do is they replaster it, repackage it, and
What,
say
he
it
was
means this when it
FBI?
doesn't. I'm going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline. And he got out of the car. And he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Can I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? So he then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
Well, that's kind of quirky.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence, you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe, and that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, and that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You would say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him.
Oh, well, you said she knew.
She did, and she left the man.
You said she knew.
And generous and thoughtful. She left him alone.
Wow. Hold on. Yeah. See, that's another contradiction because in the beginning of his deal, he said she knew that she hit him. Good night to everyone who's leaving. I really appreciate you guys. I have got to get up and go with Dad to Oklahoma tomorrow to get cigarettes. So I will have to go too here in just a minute. There we go. Got everything off of there. Yeah, and he keeps saying that. Yes. I know it. Good night, Sue. Yeah, and she didn't mean to hit him. So what is it? What is the exact point? Yeah. Reasonable doubt because we don't know. We just don't know. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to do their best to fiddle through everything and see if they can figure out, we've got this evidence, we've got this evidence. Does anything line up? Does anything line up for us? Can we exactly come to some sort of an understanding that will prove what they're trying to prove? I don't think they're going to find it. I really, after listening to the two of them and just the things I'm getting, because I haven't followed this from both trials. I haven't followed this thing all the way through. So just the things I've been getting, I'm getting not guilty on this one. Good night, Gracie. Thank you so much. All right, you guys. I love y'all. I'm out of here. I will try to see you tomorrow night. Hopefully I can get some rest between tomorrow morning and tomorrow night and be on with you guys. All right. Love y'all. Have a great night, and I will talk to y'all later. Bye, everybody.